Getting it up and running. Kind of like, you know, kind of like starting a diesel engine. You know, you gotta let it warm up a little bit when you start a stream and make sure all the numbers and make sure everything's good to go. All that kind of good stuff. Yeah, let's just give it a minute here. Hoping someone shows up. You just never know. It looks like we got 2 viewers. Okay. Let me take the thing off here. In for another vintage engineering development stream. We are still working on pipes. This is a multi-level feature. This is not like plopping in a new machine, doing some logic with some recipes, and then moving on, right? This is a massive system that has to work well together, and it's a big system. So I've been working on I've been working on the GUI for the pipe extraction nodes. Now, I thought I was going back and forth, real because this mod is on my mind all the time, and I was going back and forth in my head. Do you have a separate GUI instance for each node, right? Or do you use one GUI for the nodes? So I have a GUI. My mock-up here. Let me pull my mock-up up. Here's my mock-up for the GUI. Obviously, it's not this big. It's it's about the same size as all my other GUIs as far as like the background footprint, and the red box is not going to be red. It's to identify the area of the bounds, right? The element bounds, so I can organize everything a little bit better. I didn't do that on any of my other UIs, but this really helped get the numbers exactly what I wanted. And so we have an obvious upgrade box, a filter box, and a distribution mode. And this is a drop-down menu, or it will be a drop-down menu. And then you have my usual help box. And the help box, I've included these on all my UIs because I haven't quite cracked the handbook system yet to figure out how the handbook system, how I can tweak it and augment it. So the help box in the UI is really used for kind of helping the player know what's going on and how to use whatever machine they are in. So I have it built. I haven't tested it in the game yet, obviously, but I have it built where you only ever see the upgrade when you first look at it, right? With no upgrade in it, you don't see these two. They don't even draw. So it'll look weird because they won't even be there. You'll see the upgrade thing and this one down here. And this one down here, the text. Let me pull up that string. Vintage Lang. Over here. Okay. Right here. Features can be unlocked with pipe upgrades, right? That's a localized string. All of these relate to pipes. So this entire block right here is stuff that I've been using for pipes. So we have the dialog title. We have that text, upgrade, filter, and distribution mode. Those are all 3 localizable. Then we have the distribution modes themselves: nearest, first, farthest, first, round robin, and random. And then we have the help text. Now I can just add on, I can just tweak this. But the gist is, you won't even see the filter and distribution mode. They won't even be on here until you put an upgrade in. And then the dialog title, when you create the title, or when you create the UI itself, you send in the block entity of the pipe and the node that you are doing, right? You're actually sending this in. So it has access to the node and it has access to the block entity. And that's, how it'll pull details. But I've got the filter slot, the distribution drop down. Here's the upgrade slot here. Right? So all of this stuff is good to go here. And then I have these ifs. Add if, and then add if. So this is where it pops into that node, and it says, hey, if we can filter, if we are allowed to filter, then do the filter. If we are allowed to change distribution, add that as well. So it only will do those blocks if we are allowed, which I think will help. Not having the filter slot there will ensure that people don't put a filter there and say, why doesn't this work? And it's like, well, you need an actual upgrade, right? And the rest of this was just polish, making sure things and stuff are done. And then there was a big change that I did when you selected the dropdown. So the skeleton of this GUI, I copied from the extruder. No, the crusher. I copied from the crusher because the crusher is the other GUI that has a dropdown. So I wanted just to copy that block. So I copied the GUI for the crusher, and then I had to go through and tweak it. And because when you generate the dialogue here, it actually creates the dialogue with this string, right? So VE pipe dialogue with the block position with the face code, right? So it's a unique dialogue to this exact set of block position and face code. That's the gist. It has to be unique. Same with when we generate the inventory, it has to have a unique basically inventory ID. It has to be unique. And we are sort of managing, this is kind of, if anybody's familiar with the Minecraft, some of the Minecraft mods, micro blocks, or I don't know, they might have had another name, but having multiple blocks in the same block space, sort of like applied energistics. You can have one face be an extraction node, another face be an insertion node, and yet another face be, a storage bus, and then you have a wire in the middle, right? That is essentially 4 blocks in a single block space. That's kind of what I'm building here. Or trying to build here. Oh, my cat here is just real. So yeah, it's complex trying to manage all this. So we're gonna need an instance of the GUI for each direction, right? Because each direction Granted, there'll never be an instance in reality where you have one pipe with all 6 directions being extraction nodes, right? That is, you could build that, but it wouldn't work. Nothing would go anywhere. There would be no insertion nodes, so nothing would ever move. So why would you do that? And feel free to ask questions if you have questions regarding this mod or any mod or modding in general or the JSON, or if you have a question on vintage modding. I don't know everything, so I'll flatly tell you, but we can look it up together and I'll try to answer your question as best as I can. So, if you want to ask questions, by all means, ask the question. So we need a GUI sort of in all the directions. So it's very much a breakaway from the GUI systems that we have before, because it's one GUI per machine, right? The machine is placed in the ground. There's literally one GUI that you open, and that's the only GUI that you open. And so it's tied directly to the block entity. And so that's why we're able to use like block entity openable container, because the openable container gives you a lot of that infrastructure to manage and organize the GUI. Well, this one essentially has the potential for 6 GUIs in one block space. So we've got to figure out a way to manage that in our block entity here. Which is just a regular block entity, which we are basically having to we're having to sort of reinvent the wheel a little bit, but we get maximum control, and we can sort of scrape some of the code from the base game. And hello, Os. Welcome, sir.
Hello. Didn't want to interrupt you.
Oh, appreciate that, but how's it going today?
Oh, not too bad. Day's just getting started for me, though.
Yeah, me too. I mean,
fair.
Didn't go to bed until like 2 a.m, so.
Yeah.
And then the cat tried to wake me up at 4 a.m. this morning, so that was nice. Or maybe it was 5 because the sun was just starting to come up, and the cat was like, "Hey, it's getting light outside. It's time to get up." I'm like, "Cat, it's 5 a.m. Like, Jesus Christ."
Yeah.
All right. So where was I? Where did I finish off last night? I had to build a custom. Yeah, I had to build a custom thing. So in the Crusher GUI, when you changed the dropdown, right? When you changed the, from nugget to grind to recipe, the mode, the drop-down mode, when you change that, it would fire this, and it would just encode basically the selected value, which is this first array. So it would take this value, and it encoded into bytes, and then it would just send a generic block entity pack, which is great. I love that this game, this API, has a built-in client-server packet syncing system that you don't have to roll your own every time. It has a generic block entity packet system. And so it just encoded that string into bytes and then sent the packet with a custom packet ID. This is a custom ID that I put in. It could be literally any number. And that was fine for the Crusher because, again, one UI, one machine. It was very simple. Block position, there's the change is done. Unfortunately, I realized as I was updating all of this and I got here, I realized that it's not going to work for this UI. I can't just simply tell the block position, hey, change the distribution mode. Because it's like, well, what if there's 4 extraction nodes on that one space? That's not going to work. So, what I do is I build a tree attribute, which is basically just a little mini JSON file, right? Oh, excuse me. It's just a mini little JSON file. The tree attribute system is the built-in JSON system. So I basically build a custom little tree attribute, setting the distro code, which is a string, right? I set the face, which comes from the node that was set for the thing, and then I set a block position just for debugging purposes, right? I want, when I start debugging this code, I want to make sure the block position of the block entity actually is the thing that gets the update. So I want to make sure the block position matches the 2 sets. But the really important one is the face code, right? So that is a lowercase northeast, southwest, up, down, right? That's how the game has that. Northeast, southwest, up, down, all lowercase. That's the face code. Then I take that tree and I convert it into a byte array, and then I send that. Right? So it's a tree attribute, byte array, and I send that to the server. This is essentially sending something to the server. So I know when we get to here, right? This is the function that picks that up. This is only called on the server. And when we pick this up, we have to do the base because there's other information that's sent. But here's the packet ID for that. That packet ID I made up there. So we have ourselves we declare the tree attribute, and then we just say from bytes, and it's a built-in system that converts that byte array back to the tree, and then I just grab all of the values from that, right? And then I'll do some stuff with them. But I realize we have a problem. I have a problem. There's no we about it. When it comes to syncing words, the inventory, it was gonna come to me. We might have a problem, we might not. Because when you build a GUI, and this GUI type is GUI dialog block entity, it was I looked at all of the various options. This is what's used for all of my other machines, and it gives me a lot of built-in functionality, mainly the fact that there is a inventory, there's a lot of good stuff here. And I don't want to lose that. And so I think the GUI dialog block entity is fine. The onslaught modified here, the enqueue thread task, I was really low level going through this. So when the slot gets modified in the dialog, on the dialog side, this is not any other side. This is just the GUI. It basically rebuilds the setup dialog, right? It just rebuilds that. So this itself doesn't seem to basically update any inventories or anything. All this does is redraw the dialog when there's a slot that's modified, which makes sense because you want to be able to draw that thing in that slot. Otherwise, it would just disappear when you put it in. If you didn't actually redraw it, it would be in there. You just wouldn't see it because it wouldn't redraw it. And then we have the bulk code of setting up the dialog. I'm pretty confident in this code. I've literally written how many GUIs now? Here's all the GUIs that I have. I'm pretty good at GUIs now. I can hammer one of these out pretty fast. with how I do it and how I set it up. And I really hope people, if you're struggling with GUIs, if you're struggling with anything like that, I really hope you can peek at my code and just kind of go through it and learn how it works, and see, after how many examples of GUIs, like one after another, how it's all set up, and you can kind of discern what I'm doing, what it's actually adding, what text it's adding, and then it's just, to me, I really hope this code is helping people. I really do. That doesn't give you carte blanche to just blatantly copy it, but I really hope it does help people. Okay, so the main issue for this GUI that I ran into was then this call right here. So it is, if you look at the code, the parameters here, action send packet for object. That is essentially, if the slot changes, I need to sync that with the server. That's where the packet comes in. Send inventory packet. And this is a standard. This is really where it's going to be trouble, I think. Because this is a built-in system that I would either have to completely override, but the fact that it's a generic object, right? And there's the overload on this, I don't think changes that. Let me look. Yeah, it's the same inventory packet. I don't even know what the difference is. Element bounds, columns. Oh, selective slots. Okay, yeah. So this inventory packet is something generic regarding. There it is, right here. It's just generic object, and I really tried to let me bookmark this block facing, because I've been referencing this a lot. I've been trying to find where it builds this object, and from what I understand, what I could find, and please correct me if I'm wrong on this, is the item slot. Ugh. There it is. The item slot itself has something on here that gives back an object or something. Yeah, activate slots. No. There is a function somewhere that returns just a generic object of some kind. And that, I think, is what these are all voids. I don't know. Maybe it was a derivative. Oh Lord, look at all these. Item slot. Okay, that's a lot of things. Item slot survival, maybe? No. There's got to be something in here that does that, but I did find one reference to one thing that returned, like, these are all the return types here: bool, 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 void, 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 void. I don't see any just objects in here in here at all. whenever I stream on Wednesdays, I've literally gone like 3 days without speaking. So my throat and my voice are kind of behind the times a little bit. So I apologize. So okay. So that was let's get away from that rabbit hole. So this send block entity packet, right? This is similar to what we did up here. Cappy.network, send block entity packet, send block entity packet. So we could technically override this, but I don't know what object is. I would have to debug this to really figure out what this is. But if we want to look at how like the base game does it, client main. That's one variant. There's got to be where are the other variants. Send that's entity. No, there's one that's not byte array. So I don't know. Network API, object packet client. One of the things about this code, I remember when I was first dipping my toes into how to build this mod and some of my other mods that I built. This stuff was all behind the obfuscation, right? This was all before when I was looking at this packet stuff. This was all stuff locked behind code that had been scrambled. And it was super frustrating because I was trying to figure out the call stack basically of how these things are built and how these things are synced together so I could better understand it. And I learned that I hit a brick wall. Like I would go so far and then I would hit something like this and I would look up packet client and it would be a obfuscated, like it would be a scrambled class, right? All of the calls were all scrambled. So when I would message Tyrone, I'd be like, how is this stuff built? It's all locked behind obfuscated code. It's like a black box, right? The whole packet syncing system was a black box to it, after a certain point, you'd get to it. And it was shortly thereafter that he deobfuscated the entire code base, except for his rendering engine. So, I mean, I don't want to take credit for allowing that to happen, but I certainly appreciate it to be able to look at all the code. So the packet client, oh Lord, oh my God, look at all these. Holy Moses, that's a lot of fields. Wow. That is a monster object. I just don't have the wherewithal to dive into that rabbit hole right now. But
wow, yeah, that's
Jesus Christ. Anyway, this right here is what's syncing it. This is what's syncing that code. And if we look at, say, any of my other block entities, let's do block entity. Let's do on received EIBED, on received. I before E, except after C, everybody. And only if it's weird. On received client packet. We'll look at the other mods. Block entity kern. Base. This is a good one. So, base gives us block entity openable container. This is also overriding probably block entity container probably defines this, and this one is overriding it. But this can give you an idea of the different packets, right? So this is giving you packet ID less than 1,000, equals 1,001, or equals 1,000, right? So obviously we're given close inventory and open inventory. So 1,001 and 1,000. So 1,000 is opening the inventory, 1,001 is closing the inventory, but less than 1,000, which is a lot of numbers. Like, that's a lot of variability there. Less than 1,000. That's a lot. It's an integer. I'm guessing it's only going to be positive numbers, but the fact that it's 999 possibilities means that this inventory network util handle client packet is also being sent that packet. And this is just byte data. I don't know. Handle client packet. So if we analyze this, implemented by inventory network util, there's that packet client again. Deserialized buffer, it grabs the packet. Actually, no. Yeah, there it is. It essentially takes the data and converts it into a packet. That's what it's doing. And then it's sending it to this handle client packet, which is here. Switch packet ID. So there's 7, 8, 9. Look at all the, oh my God. So 7, 8, 9 look like the packet IDs, even though it's less than 1,000. So the bottom line there is I have no idea. What this line of code, where this actually gets picked up. It sends a block entity interaction packet to the server for quick and easy block entity network communication without setting up a channel first. On the server side, this is still the same. This is still run, I think. Call number block entity packet of the block's position has been received from the client. So I don't know if there's. I'm gonna have to debug it. Let's just move on. Let's move on. Because what I wanted to actually accomplish today is the shape process, the building of the shape. And let me tell you guys, when I actually ran the math, and I actually had my brother help me run the math, because my brother has a degree and he has a math degree in addition to a computer degree. So he's a smart dude. And he likes math. And while I'm neutral on math, and I did really well in math, it's not my choice to dive deep into it. But we ran the math on how many shape variations we would need, right? So we have a single pipe block. And the pipe block has a core. Right? That's what you place. And that's what you get back when you break the block. You know, the pipe object itself is just the core square, right? A cube. Then the shape has to get built dynamically based on the connection direction. And why is that? Well, when we ran the numbers, when you have a single block space, and you have 6 possible directions, and each one of those directions also has 2 different modes, 2 different variants that could make up each that direction. You would think the math on that would be easy, but it's actually exponential. If it was just one direction, if it was just, or not one direction, if it was just one type, if it was just the one type, like just insertion, the number of combinations of shape would be easy to calculate. It's 6 factorial. It's 6 with an exclamation point. And when you do that, 6 factorial, it's 6 times 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1, right? That's the number of combinations, because every time you use one, you reduce the number of ones that are left. 6 times 5 times 4 times 3. So every time you add one, you multiply it, the variance, by one less, which is why if you wanted to figure out how many combinations there are in shuffles in a deck of cards, that's 52 factorial, which is like, that's like more, there's more combinations of a shuffle in a deck of cards than there are stars in the universe. Like the number is astronomically large. But 6 factorial is pretty easy to set up. I think it's 720. Oz could double check that really quick. He's my semi producer. He helps me do shit. But yeah, 6 times 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 is basically all you need to do. I could punch up my calculator, but I think it's like 720. So
720.
So that in and of itself would be impossible, right? Imagine 720 different shape files. And even worse than that, but you're saying to yourself, Buggy, there's only 5 directions. You'd literally only need, X number of shapes, and then you just rotate them, right? Kind of like the chutes work. You have an elbow chute that you can rotate around. Well, if you want to build a system that does that, and you want to try to track and keep track of what directions are enabled and what directions are what, then by all means. But here's the problem. When you add the second variant on top of that, when you add the fact that it can be an insertion node or an extraction node, right? So those are 2 different shapes, because they have to be, because you need to discern the difference. When you add that variant, it takes the 720 combination, like 720 different shapes, and it turns it into 76,000 different combinations. Yeah, that's it's a lot. So yeah, we even verified it with ChatGPT, so we know it's right. So yeah, I'm not. And when I reached out to Tyrone and asked this question, I don't think he truly understood the mind-boggling amount of variants there are. So we are going to dynamically build, the shape, depending on what it is, right? We're going to dynamically build it. And we have to do it in a way, maybe, I don't know of a way to save the shape, right? If you look at mesh data, there's probably a way to save it, but I actually looked. Mesh data is the game's, I want to make sure that's Dyson Sphere. Definitely don't look at Dyson Sphere. I've done that a couple times. I was like down the rabbit hole trying to figure out something out, and I was actually looking at Dyson Sphere code, and I was like, oh, well, that's not helpful.
Yeah, that's not quite as useful.
Yeah. Building my mod based on a combination of vintage and Dyson Sphere. It wouldn't go over so well. So there might be, I don't know, there's no proto contract with this. So he is absolutely not because look at I mean, there's so many variables in here. There's so many variables. Like, look at all these variables down here. I mean, there's about exactly a single page of variables. This is mesh data. This is the thing that's uploaded to the video card to draw everything in the game. There's one of these objects. And I found no way of saving this to disk. But once it is generated, we can save that and then push that, reuse it again. Once it's generated once, we don't have to keep regenerating it. We can save a reference to it. So if we go to the block entity up here, you can see I've already started that process. Mesh data. Now, one of the things that we're not going to do is we're not going to have a custom renderer for this. That is an insane thing to think about. We're not going to have a custom renderer. That would mean every single pipe block has its own renderer, and that would be taking a giant step backwards. So what we're going to do is anytime the mesh changes, right, we're going to rebuild the mesh data and reuse that. But we're not going to save it to disk. We're just going to regenerate it when we load from disk. Everything will be known, right? So, it is what it is. Yeah. Because I was doing some digging on that, and there is a routine that is called whenever the chunk is rebuilt, and that is the on tessellation. So you can override, I override it, but you can call on tessellation without having a custom renderer. I'm really hoping that we can do that. Because the code that runs this, we look at like block entity charcoal pit. You can see this is just block entity charcoal pit, block entity, right? There's no rendering stuff on here. And we look at on tessellation. You can see we're just adding mesh data. Right? We're getting the mesh. Lit charcoal mesh. So this is so what this is doing is it's building the lit charcoal mesh, and it's saying, hey, if this is lit, use this mesh, which is why when you light charcoal, it changes to a glowy charcoal block, right? It's literally changing the shape to the thing. So anyway, so it did all of this and it didn't do anything with textures. And that's what I wanted to avoid, is getting into the eye texture position and doing all of that. So there are some examples here and there regarding swapping textures. And I'm really hoping that I can figure out a way to have the different pipe node types have different textures. I'm not sure how to do that yet. Not without changing or adding another variant of shape, which is what I'm trying to avoid, right? Because if we look at my block types, pipe connections, right? This is the pipe connections. This is not the pipe. It's different. This is the pipe connections, which it's all excluded, right? So you're not going to see these in the handbook. They exist as blocks. They exist in the game, but uncraftable, unseeable. They're You don't know they're there, but the game system does. Because these are all the connection points. These are connection and extraction modes. Now, Os had a question before of how about a connection that was both? Well, you could do that. You would add a variant in here as you would just add this and you would add it as both. And then you would build your system on that. The shape here comes from the type. So connection and extraction. So those different shapes. And then both, you would have a both.json in the shape file. And then you would just, whatever the shape would look like. You just invent a new shape. And that would be what you would use. And then everything else is it's all done for you. Right, we have all of this stuff rotated, everything, all the shapes and stuff, and then the attachment areas gives us the actual blocks. Although this, I don't think is important because we're not actually placing these blocks. Technically, these are going to be added shapes onto blocks. And then collision selection box, this again, we're moving away a little bit from this. And we're just having the selection boxes there no matter what. It just makes it easier, much, much easier. But yeah, these are the shapes, and this is a block, and it is basically just the little nubs all rotated around all 6 directions. They're just little nubs. And this is what we're going to pull from depending on the direction, right? Up, down, northeast, southwest is all of the directions. And so we'll be able to easily grab the variant and the position, right? Because you can actually grab a specific variant of a block and like everything about it. You can grab it and do stuff with it. And that's what we're going to do in here on tessellation. So I did a little bit of work in here with the pipe networks. I sort of code wherever I feel inspired. Because this feature is just so monstrous that sometimes I code myself into a kind of a corner, and I have to sort of think my way out before I can code again. So yeah, I've been working on the pipe network stuff. Just things. And then the pipe network manager, I've been working a little bit on this. And mainly like, okay, I know I need to do this, and then I start adding like things just to help myself think through. Like, I need to check the connection size for connection. If there's an endpoint, just remove it because it's just an endpoint. Otherwise, we're gonna have to split the network. Like, and the same thing down here. This is basically going to be the same process because this is where you right-click a node to separate 2 pipes and break that connection manually of 2 pipes that are right next to one another. So that is going to be very much the same as this, only without breaking any blocks. There's a merge network. There's a split network. Just trying, not really doing the code yet, but putting in the components that I know I'm going to need, and that way I don't have to think about that functionality. I just have to be like, all right, I will return to this. Merging networks is actually dead easy, but there's a lot of things that happened before then. So let's close that and that. So the main function here, mark pipe dirty, this function, all this really is intended for now is redetecting all of the connections. As you can see, rebuild all of the connections. Now, this will be called when the block is first placed, right? As soon as you place the pipe block, it's going to mark it dirty. And because there's no, it would be stupid to duplicate all of this code in the block placed event. Just call this function and it will detect all of the directions, right? So there's a lot of stuff that's going to be needed in here. And this is by far not this is by far not the thing, but this is where this process starts of building the shape. So this function is called, comes in here, and we're going to detect all of the sides based on certain things. So we're going to grab the block of this position, and we're going to grab the block entity, right, of the block facing event for all of the faces, right? So there's 6 faces, 0 through 5. And then we're just going to iterate through all the faces, which is all faces of F. And then we're going to iterate through. And that's why I had the Boolean arrays of all of the sides, because it is dead easy to determine if there's a connection, if it's true, right? If extraction sides of 2 is true, that means there's an extraction on that side, right? And the reason why we're detecting that is the block ID of the actual block we're trying to connect to is an error block, which means the block actually in that direction is broken. It's an error block. There's nothing there, and yet for some reason we have an extraction. That means that was broken. So grab the node, extraction nodes of F, and on node removed is it drops the inventory, removes the listener, all of that, and then we remove the connection, we mark the shape dirty, and then we set the extraction sides to false, right? So, the extraction sides is the important one, because by the time we get to the end of this function, all 6 sides, we should have detected all of the things, right? So anyway, a lot of these, again, this is not finished by any stretch. All I do is have an example code in here for if block ID equals 0, which is error, and then else. Block is not error, meaning it's a valid block. We need to do a whole lot of more work in there. So essentially, by the time you get done with this entire function, and remember, this is not called often. This is only called when the block is placed and when a neighbor block is changed. Or basically a chunk is loaded, right? Because we can't save that mesh data. We have to rebuild that mesh data every time. But we don't really need to, when we're loading from when we load from disk, we don't need to mark it dirty. Nothing changed. We just need to rebuild the shape. So the shape is dirty. So I have the rebuild shape in here, and rebuild shape, look at that, is empty. So coming in here on rebuild shape. Rebuild a shape based on the connection flags should only be called when a neighbor block changes or the player overrides a valid connection. Right? Which is not 100% true. Does not need to be called when adding extra. Oh yeah. So when you open an extraction node and you add an upgrade, the shape doesn't change. Rebuild a shape should only be called when the neighbor block changes or the player overrides a valid connection. Let's just changes a valid connection. So the rebuild shape, all this is going to do, and this is the function I want to do today. And I know it took us about an hour to get in here, but I wanted to update everybody on my progress, and I wanted to get an amount of coffee in me that allowed my head to defog. And I'm there now. So let's do this. Rebuild shape. So we're gonna do again for f is less than block facing dot all faces dot length f plus plus. And I use f because it's face, right? F for face. Getting away from, just doing X every time because, so this again is going to iterate through all the faces, but this time we want to detect which faces have connections. And we have, I think, 4 Boolean arrays that give us that. First of all, we have a Boolean array. Remember, these are going to be just 6 long, like 6 elements of bools, and they're just going to be northeast, southwest, up, down. That's the order that they go into. That's why I have all of this. So, very, very consistent. Very nice. We have connection sides. Connection sides is all of the sides that connect to other pipes. So those are specifically other pipes. Extraction sides, those are very self-explanatory. Those are the sides that have an extraction node. Disconnected sides, those are the sides that you manually override, right? Manually override. And then insertion sides is those specific sides that are inserting into a block or a machine or a pipe or a tank, or like whatever. Like inserting into something. It's a valid connection for inserting. And the reason why I split these connection sides and insertion sides is when I'm like splitting a network, and this is one of the reasons why like the pipes mod doesn't have this specifically, is it always rebuilds its internal list. Right? It's when it spiders through all the pipes, it's rebuilding its internal list, and it's doing that for every block position that has an extraction node. Well, it's just looking at all of those connections, right? It doesn't matter what the connection is. It just matters, hey, is this connection to another pipe? And because I'm going to try out. I've got a pipe network manager to try to organize it in my mind a little bit better, try to iterate through a little bit faster, make a few like improvements to performance when networks change. There's still a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of work to be done on the network side, but to be able to iterate the connection side and say, hey, I just need to follow the connection side. I don't need, when I'm iterating through, like when I'm splitting a network, I'm iterating through all the block positions. All I'm doing is following the connection sides. I don't need to worry about the insertion sides. That's why I separated those two. That was a very long-winded thing. So if disconnected sides of F okay, why did I do that? It's a very fast way. If disconnected sides is true for one of the directions, northeast, southwest, up, down, that means it's manually overridden. We don't need a shape on that connection. Remember, I don't really care about the validity of what it's looking at or what it's doing. All this function is doing is looking at these Boolean arrays going, yeah, we don't need that side. So this is a broad, if this is here, then we don't need it. So I want if insertion sides of F else if extraction sides of F if connection sides of F. Oh. We can do connection sides of F or insertion sides of F. Because these are the same shape. My mind, it took a hot minute for my mind to wrap around that. But yeah, these are going to be the same shape. Remember, all I care about is building the shape. If mesh data is not equal null, mesh data dot dispose. Okay, we disposing it helps make sure that we don't have a memory leak. Mesh data dot clear. Yep. So this resets the mesh. I definitely don't want to run clear unless it's not null. Don't run it unless if it's null in here, that's bad. Reset the mesh if not null. Else I don't know if we need to initialize it. Let's look at. Yeah, it doesn't look like we need to initialize it as a new, because you can see get or create. So the reason why this code looks funky is because it's actually running a delegate in here. So the delegate, I don't know, does this show delegate? Yeah, create cache object delegate. This is just a mini function. That's what a delegate is. It's just a set of code that runs rather than have this call like another function, right? This is just adding that block of code in here. So that is a object, create cacheable object delegate of mesh data. So that the mesh data there tells you what it returns, right? So this is returning the mesh data out of this. So we need to figure out let's look at a few of these right now. Wind, vertex wind, I don't care. Oh god, QP Tech is just it's hard. It's hard. Block entity beehive, let's see. Add mesh data. Okay. So it's being passed in API dot can be used to store non-persistent game-wide data used for power repository to all meshes. During startup. Okay. That was different from the last one we looked at. Let's look at that's a different mod. Anvil part. No. Block entity cheese curds bundle. This is just getting the mesh. Don't reuse the mesh data instance anywhere in your code. Return true to skip the default mesh. I'm not reusing the mesh. I am caching it, though. So this ontessellation function runs every time the chunk is retessellated. And I think the chunk is retessellated anytime there's a change of shape in the chunk, right? So it's one of the efficiencies that it's not constantly rebuilding the 3D models for everything. The 3D models are basically static until something changes. But something is going to change a lot because it's also, I think it's also reteslated when there's an animation. Bone mesh, label mesh, farmland. Let's see. I'm trying to find one that's a little bit more complex. If anybody has an idea out there, block entity pi. Nope. Gen mesh, new, okay. Oh, gen mesh. Interesting. Okay, mesh data, gen mesh gives it the asset location, which is fine. Get or create. I don't know why they don't. Like, why is there a separate function call like this? Maybe they have it called in a few different places, but this .api gen gasifier mesh dash asset location dot path. Interesting. Dash rotate y. So we know the direction, right? We know the direction that we're facing. So I'm gonna need a helper function that converts, an index to a face, and let's see. Which one was it? Beehive? Object cache. Yeah. All of my shapes are all going to be done already. So I should only need something like this. So I'm gonna put a bookmark here. And then go back to block facing. There yeah. There's one. So, yeah, okay. So, I'm going to take. If we look at, say, down, you can see down, which is the first one there, string code, right? So, all faces are in the same order. So, I think we'll be able to handle this. So let's go back to here, and I'm going to move this off on another monitor just so I can do this here. I don't know. Mesher, add mesh data. iTerrain mesh pool. See, here's what's stopping me in my tracks. This right here. We don't have this, right? And I don't know how to grab that. And I don't know how to build a mesh data object. Mesh data. There's add mesh data. Okay. This may work. Because it's basically like Lego bricks, right? We're gonna take the core and we're gonna start gluing some shit on top of it, right? We're gonna start adding meshes onto the core. By the time we get done, we're gonna have a mesh object of the whole block, right? And that is what we yeah. So add mesh data. So this is add supplied mesh data to this mesh. Okay. I think we may have a way through here. So we dispose if the mesh is not null, meaning, you know, it already existed, we had it cached. We dispose of it, clean up the memory, and then clear everything to back to null. We need if we look at this, open file, pipes. Yeah, as you can see, I'm not quite ready to add the entity class and regular class yet. Because they're going to be separate classes for the pipe types. Pipe type. There's the shape. Yeah, still trying to figure out the texture thing. I can do this shape and then do texture by type. But this, we don't have the purpose, right? So I have this code purpose here. I don't have that here because that would double. Yeah, it would double the double the number of variants that we have. So right now it is 12. There's 12 shapes that are defined in. Adding the purpose would make that now 24 shapes, which is a waste. So maybe I can dynamically change the texture assigned to the shape. I don't know. If somebody has any experience out there with this, I would love some help because holy cow, rendering stuff, mesh data stuff, not my forte at all. Okay, so let's do mesh data dot add mesh data. And hey, Ray, how's it going? The what I'm thinking of right now is that first if statement, right? Catches it if it's null or not, which is fine. But what if it is null and I try to add mesh data to it? Um um if I need to set up new, well, there's three constructors. Capacity, I don't need that. So at the very least, we're not gonna, we do a new. Yeah, I've got this zit on my side of my head now. So at the very least, I won't completely collapse reality if I do that. Add mesh data. And the overloads here are just a mesh. The render pass probably defaults to opaque. Yeah, that's what my guess. So we need to add the mesh in here. So this.api.object cache of So the first thing we're going to add is the core block, right? So, but we might be able. Yeah, we might be able to ignore that because return true to skip the default mesh. Return true, false to add. So we could add the default mesh, which is the base pipe, right? The base pipe. This is the pipe. So I don't know if we need this to add the default mesh. We would just need to, where is it? Return false. False to add the default mesh. Right? And then come in here. And then we need to this.object cache. This is mapped to an object, not a mesh data. But now we are in the pipe connections dash connection, right? Because this is just a normal connection. Connection side, insertion side, pipe connections, dash connection, right? Now we need the direction. So the direction will be plus. Wait, wrong. Plus. This is going to be gnarly. Block facing dot all faces of f dot code. as mesh data. So let's unpack this. If anybody has questions regarding this or any modding thing, now's the time. It would be so much easier to answer questions on modding in general now because I could just show you code. I could just literally pull up the code and show exactly how to answer the question. And I'm not saying I know everything, but I could certainly find an answer pretty fast or admit defeat if that's the case. So what this is doing is it looks like it's burrowing into this object cache, which is a dictionary based on a dictionary is just a key value pair, right? It's an index returning a separate value. So the string is the thing. I don't know if the domain is required. So let's look at object cache. So yeah, if you have any questions, let me know. Even C# questions. I'm not intending to like teach you how to program. It's just, if you're stuck on something, I might be able to help. Not a guarantee, but I might be able to help. Okay, object cache API base. Database path. Load. Yeah, there's load mod config. Look at all this stuff. God, this is a dead simple object. I bet you if I analyze this, there's going to be a whole lot. Oh. Nope. Well, what the heck? This is okay. Let me analyze. Implemented by. Didn't I? Yeah, I just looked at this. Let me look at this. And this, and this, and this. Oh my god. I know that it's used for a lot more than this. Ooh, there we go. There we go. On before render, on unloaded. So there's a try get value. Let's see if we find a mod, QP Tech animal cages. Entity texture sub ID. Oh, that's so weird. What? I guess I'm not understanding how object cache works. Non-persistent game-wide data. I wonder if I can I add stuff to the object cache? It's a dictionary. Yeah, can be used to store. So I might be able to actually use the object cache somehow. Yeah, look at that. It's actually setting it. Um tank mesh refs. Interesting. I had no idea. I learned something new today. The object cache, it's non-persistent, which means when you exit the world, it's not there, right? It does not save. That's why it's string object. So in the instance of my bookmark, was this being saved anywhere? Like, was this object cache? I can't click on this. Really? You'd think that, like, if it was onloaded, like, look at that, from tree attributes, just for a freaking beehive. Look at that. All the different variables that are set. Wow. Yeah, look at all the, just for a beehive. Like, there are, right, 10 times more variables stored for a beehive than most of my machines. Pretty much all my machines. I mean, my machines store a very little amount of information. But man, that's crazy. Okay, well, obviously yeah. So, what I was doing, looking up this. Jesus. There we go. I need to find a way. There's the object cache again. Get or create. So my guess is this function. Yeah. Jeez. Tessellate shape. Oat mesh. God, stop clicking on random things. Jeez. I wish it was double click, not single click. That would be so helpful. So now I understand a little bit more of what this is doing. The delegate, Jesus, stop doing that. It is taking the key, right, string key, which is built here. Gasifier mesh plus path dash, gasifier mesh dash path dash shape rotate y.toString, right? So that is the key that it's looking for. If that doesn't exist, then it runs this delegate. It builds that shape. and then it adds it to the object cache under that key. That's what's being done there. And then it's obviously returning that back in again. And then that is what is actually being generated. The problem here is every single pipe block could have a unique shape. And it would only yeah, there's just no way. So the cache stuff yeah, the cache stuff just it wouldn't work because I have no way to cache the block position unless there's just no way to do that. I would have to cache the block position into the string, into the indexer. And then the problem with that is every single pipe block would add to that object cache, and it would bloat the object cache up by a lot. And I can just save it with the block entity, right, as basically just a reference to the mesh, and just reuse the mesh over and over. It's the same thing. It's just I'm not indexing into a big bloated dictionary that the game manages. Each individual block entity has it. And I don't know what is faster, what is more efficient. I have no idea. This is massively uncharted territory that I'm diving into here. For me, at least, it is. So I don't know which is the better option. Tyrone might, I don't know, instinctually have like an idea of what's the better option here. But yeah, the tessellator, this is what I actually need right in here. The asset location, okay, yeah, try get api.assets.asset location .to object shape. Yep, this is everything that I need in here. In order to, because the tessellate shape is actually the thing that takes the data and sort of massages it and outputs an actual thing that you need, the mesh data itself. And that is the mesh that we can then add. So let me use this code minus the object cache. I'm going to keep this because this is right. Right? So add mesh data. Should I create a little boopy like little function, kind of like what they did here, gen mesh, to return the mesh data? I think I will. I think that would be private void mesh data. Give me mesh data like connection mesh. Oh. Mesh. I don't have to new it. Let's just call it output. This.api as iCore client API. Because only the client does the mesh stuff, right? The server does not do any of this mesh stuff. Tessellator. Tessellate. Shape. Holy Moses. There's a lot. Let's just. What was the other? Tessellate shape. Get texture source. Ooh. Okay, tessellate shape. Stop doing that. String type. This dot block. It is a block. Shape equals API dot assets dot try get location true dot to object shape no. That grabs the shape from there. This dot block shape output block dot shape dot rotate XYZ copy null return output. So the tessellate shapes turns a shape into a mesh data object that you can feed into the chunk tessellator or upload to the graphics card for rendering. Uses the given collectible texture configuration as a texture source. So as far as the texture configuration, I think we would have to change that under shape dot texture. Yeah. Dictionary asks, yeah, shape dot textures. I don't know if we look at shape. Oh, that's over here. So is this the thing that I bookmarked? Add bookmark. There we go. Shape. Dyson sphere. Nope. Not look at Dyson sphere. That would be kind of bad. Shape util. Nope. There it is. And textures here. It is a public thing, collection of textures in the shape. I'm going to take a quick bio break, and yeah, there are a couple blocks in the game that dynamically change their textures. That is a problem for future buggy. Not a problem for present buggy. So if anybody has any ideas there, let me know. But I will be about 2 or 3 minutes. All right. Oz, are you there?
No, I'm not.
Oh,
there.
you're not there.
Nope.
Can you do a quick check to see if 7 Days has changed their release?
Their release schedule?
Their date of release. I don't know if they have any more information. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, make sure you're on track.
Because, it would be, oh, by the way, we're going to delay version 1 to fucking August or something. And it'd be like, God damn it.
Right. I mean, it would be typical of 7 Days to do that.
100%, yeah. Okay, so add mesh data, connection mesh, asset location. So the asset location, if we add vintage engineering to that, okay, add mesh data, connection mesh, new asset location, send it the asset location, comes down here, grabs the shape of that location, takes the tessellator and says, hey, give me the mesh. The rotated, I'm not sure. You would think that the mesh would already be done, but we want to make sure. Rotate XYZ copy. We want to make sure we're getting the proper version of the mesh, right? The rotated version. Okay. This is a constant, so I don't know what this means. We could probably look up shape. Composite shape. Interesting. That's a composite shape.
I'm not seeing any announcements for changes in the release date, but I also can't see the actual, estimated release date. So
I think it was in the trailer. I think there was a trailer. If you search YouTube 7 Days trailer, their channel probably has it, and it was the June. I don't know if it was a specific June date or if it just said June.
Okay.
Rotate XYZ copy. Oh, yeah. This dot rotate XY. Okay. That's good. Good. God, I can hear the wind just howling outside. It's always windy here. Okay, that should give me that mesh. And then this one, very much the same. Only connection versus extraction. Right? So this is pipe connection, dash connection, pipe connections, dash connection, dash north, right? Or east, or south, or west, blah, blah, blah. The same thing here. That is the asset location. It should grab that, give it, we're passing in the shape, right? So we're saying it's a block. Here's the shape. The mesh, this is the output. I don't know why they don't have a return. It's a void. I don't know why they just didn't return mesh data. Why? I have no idea. No idea why they did that. So here's the mesh data output that we get back. Rotate it, right? Shape, we want to rotate it. Block.shape, rotate XYZ copy. And then these two, I don't really know what those are actually for. Quantity elements, selective, I have no idea. And then we just return the shape, or return the mesh. And then we add that mesh to the mesh data object, right? We're iterating through all the faces, adding and adding and adding all the little nubs and nodes that we need. And then by the time we get done with this, the mesh data object itself should be finished. This is literally all we needed to do. That was a little bit easier than I thought it was going to be because of all those Boolean arrays that we have. And every one of those Boolean arrays, I am definitely going to save with the block entity. Okay. Yeah, I think that's it. Once we get out of here, the only thing that's not part of this mesh from this is the base mesh, right? Which is why we return false, because the on tessellation, will returning false here will add the base mesh, which is the pipe. So we can just go in here and do measure. Well, let's do a sanity check. If mesh data does not equal null, measure dot add mesh data, comma 1 there. Requiring blah 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 blah, and good to go, and there we go. So literally just adding the mesh. I don't. If we do a quick peek. Yeah, all this does is return false. So if I just return false, it's literally doing this. I don't have to add another thing to the call stack. So, measure.add mesh data, blah, 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 gen mesh. So this is literally regenerating the mesh, just like we're doing. And it's adding that mesh every time it's on tessellation. I don't know if we look at this, if we're doing anything to clean that up, right? So this is adding this mesh data every time it runs. So my guess, and it's obvious when you think about it, but when it runs on tessellation, and I don't know how often it runs, I sort of asked Tyrone, like, how often this is called, and his answer was every time the chunk is tessellated. Like, that fucking doesn't tell me anything. How often is a chunk tessellated? Like, when is this called? You know, you can analyze this and go, okay, used by, no, override, right? So that means base type, block entity. Oh, that's a behavior. God damn it. I hate behavior. I hate the behavior system. Like block behavior pillar. Why do we need a pillar block behavior? That's why. Why? Yeah, on tessellation. Right? And then override. So block plant is block. Block Oh yeah, look at the block. On tessellation. Wait. You have on JSON tessellation. Oh. Damn it. On tessellation. Okay. Yeah, you notice this one doesn't. Oh, it does return false right there. Okay, well that's good. Block entity beehive, which is base type block entity. Let's look at, is there an on tessellation here? There is. And this one just iterates through all of the behaviors. I'm not really anticipating any behaviors needing tessellation, for crying out loud. Don't reuse the mesh data instance. I'm not reusing it. I am storing it though. Tessellator runs on a separate thread. That's one of the things that has me concerned. What if we retessellate? If it's a separate thread, here's the problem. If this rebuild shape is being run at the very moment this call is done and the mesh data is scrambled eggs, this will be pretty bad. Yeah.
Did you notice that comment in chat?
I'm reading it now.
Oh.
You could put a... Yeah, you could. You could throw it. You could throw a chat message here. You know, because on tessellation is only ever going to be run on the client anyway. The server doesn't render anything, so it doesn't need to tessellate anything. It doesn't need textures. It's efficient like that. It doesn't have anything that actually renders. So the one thing I'm concerned with, that statement. So you have to make sure the fields and methods you access inside this method are thread safe. I have no idea what that encapsulates. I have no idea what that means. I've not really done anything with multi-threaded stuff in my code. I've worked in game engines and made mods that are multi-threaded. But I've not ever, like, this mesh data, right, is called. So what I could do, right, is this shape dirty here. Instead of having this here, I could have this a global flag for the block entity that just marks the shape dirty. Right? So the next time, or maybe even forcing, if the shape is dirty, rebuild shape. So I just have a feeling that this on tessellation, this is block entity, analyze. Used by, oh my god. We want to look up the tree. JSON, no? Tessellate. JSON tessellator used by. No, see, it's a lot of times when you're looking for like what gets called where. So this is the block entity.on tessellation. Public void, this is the JSON tessellator. This is a really high level thing. that looks like it's a iBlock tessellator. It's a static. Static means there's only ever one instance of the thing. But it's saying the tessellate function is not used by anything, right? If we analyze this, it's not used. There's nothing that calls this. And why is that? Well, it's probably because it's there. Used by, there it is. Chunk tessellator, tessellate block, right? And then used by, there we go. Now we're going up. Now we're going up the chain. On separate thread game tick. That sounds terrifying. Yeah. What's client thread dot update. So you can see like how many tiers of objects we had to run down just to find what does that. And then we look at that and we go, okay, well, client thread dot process, you know, and there we go, client thread dot start. Like, and this has we got to be getting close. We got to be getting close. Like, screen manager. There we go. Reload world. Connect to multiplayer. Connect to single player. So you can see how many tiers you go up the chain to try to find what actually calls that function. And the gist is, it's a client thread process, right? There's a thread that's just like a tick handler. There's a thread that's going on in the background that's ticking. And so it's just in the background, it's just ticking. And what actually calls it, it wouldn't make sense if it was constantly tessellating the chunk. It just wouldn't. So my instinct was that on the Mark Dirty event, mark block entity dirty, and then mark and redraw on client. So redraw, when true, the block is also marked dirty and thus redrawn. So this mark block dirty on the iBlock accessor, if we analyze that, implemented by block accessor base, block accessor read lock free. Not implemented exception. Nice. World map.mark block dirty. God. Every time you hit an abstract, you have to look at the overrides. You have to look at what actually does that. Client event manager trigger block changed. This dot mark dirty. So this marks the chunk dirty. This should retessellate everything. And that's why I'm only looking at the client side, not the server side. This dot chunks. There it is. Action on retessellated. So whoever calls this, right? If we look at used by, holy Jesus. Yeah, mark block dirty, client word map. You can see the function on retessellated. And we can go. Is that not a function in here? That's weird. But so it is. Yeah, there it is. In queue for redraw. Register on chunk retest leads. So it yeah, in queue main thread task. We actually just saw that in the GUI, right? So it's a very obvious thing that is in queuing into the queue, to run it on a separate thread is essentially what this is on chunk retest list. So this, yeah. So marking something dirty, that was my instinct. Marking it dirty, literally redrew it. So that in order to maintain thread safety, I think I should only rebuild the shape because I'm accessing this mesh data in this function and this function. And if this function is called rebuild shape is always called, like, let's say you place a block, right? You place a block. The function is then called because a neighbor block changed, and the pipe, any pipes in the vicinity, will get that call. And so this will rebuild the shape. Well, at the same time you do that, the chunk is marked dirty automatically when you place a block, right? Because the chunk changed. So when you do that, it fires two different things, marking the block dirty, rebuilding the shape, and then reteslating the shape of the chunk, right? The chunks are all teslated in single instances, right? The entire chunk is basically a 3D object that is built. And the whole thing is one big mesh, every chunk. That's how I've read the optimization that's Vintage does, is each individual cubic chunk is its own 3D object. And it only reteslates that when something changes in that chunk. So I think what I'm going to have to do is come up here and have protected bool shape dirty. Right? Shape dirty. And then mark pipe dirty. We're just going to remove this altogether. We're going to say shape dirty equals false. And then we're going to come in here, copy that, mark that, mark that. Come on. Oh, it already picked up. And then we're going to remove that. So all this now does is detect a change. It doesn't actually change. Shape dirty equals true. We never reset it to false. It's only ever set to true if anything changes. And then on tessellation, if shape dirty, rebuild shape. Right? So now, if the shape is dirty, on tessellation, we rebuild the shape. And we can force that to run if instead we come down here, if shape dirty, mark dirty true. Right? If the shape is dirty, mark dirty true. Which the true is redraw on client. And so what that does is it spits, is it basically force redraws the chunk. It redraws not only the block, but also the chunk. which should rebuild the shape, hopefully. And dynamically, when the chunk changes, it should update that shape. I say should because it is what it is. So, maybe I avoided a catastrophic badness from happening by doing that.
Somewhere there's a cat meme with catastrophic.
Yeah. Because I could imagine a race situation when it's trying to tessellate the shape, but the mesh data, this function is still calling. Now remember, these are literally like milliseconds difference between these two. But as it's adding meshes, as it's iterating through this, this function to from start to end, this function might take, let's say, 1/10 of a millisecond. Well, this function here takes much less time because all this is doing is just adding mesh data. Right? This is just moving memory from A to B, or adding a pointer to A to B, or just augmenting the mesher and adding this mesh data into it. So it's really just quick memory movement. This is still processing. So the mesh that I'm actually adding might be not finished, right? It might be fractional, might have not as many things that it needs to, which would be a problem. So by doing it this way, we ensure that only in this call is the mesh actually changed. Because this function has to run first. Then this function will run. And the mesh data then is safe from any other process. But we got to make sure when it's unloaded, when the block is unloaded, that we dispose of the mesh data. Otherwise, that's a memory leak. So, and what's cool about debugging in Visual Studio is it actually tells you if there's a memory leak. It actually says like, we leaked X amount of bytes of memory or whatever, and it's like, ooh, that's how I track down. I actually reported a memory leak in the base game because of that. There was a memory leak. If you like the Vintage Engineering window, if it was windowed mode and you resized the window, there was a base game memory leak that I reported. And he fixed it right away. He found it and fixed it. I had no idea what was the memory leak, but he fixed it. I'm still concerned about the inventory syncing. I don't know. I don't know what exactly. Here's the thing. Now that we have the GUI, now that we have the GUI defined, I was kind of waiting for that. Private GUI pipe extraction. Yeah, we need an array of these. We have to. We can't have one GUI because the game, unlike Minecraft, like in Minecraft, you can only have only one thing open at a time, right? You open this chest, you close it, you open this chest. You can't have more than one inventory open. You have your personal inventory and whatever you're looking at. That's it in Minecraft. Vintage, however, you could literally have 4 different extraction nodes open at the same time from the same node, right? The same block entity. So all 4 of those have to be a unique GUI. They have to be a unique GUI. So we need then an array of these extraction GUIs. Now each version of that is a direction, right? The same map direction. So I can copy this and say this extraction nodes uses that, and this uses that. So let's separate these a little bit. So we have the extraction nodes themselves, which is a unique object type, because this. Here's why I don't know if what the words I'm thinking of. That send inventory packet. Here's why I'm on the fence about whether or not that's going to break. The inventory. So to compare and contrast how I've done it already, we look at the extruder. You can see somewhere in here is my inventory right there, right? This inventory is for the extruder. And when I create the dialog, so it's like on right click, I pass in the inventory, right? We go to definition. I pass in the inventory of this. So if we go to the inventory of the extruder, this, I think, this is the thing that gets that packet. I have to let's look at inventory base. This is my instinct. I may be way off. Inventory base. I don't see a client packet in here. Activate slot. There's your object. I looked at item slot before, right? When I was looking at what actually encodes that object. So if we look at the GUI again, this right here, I think that object, now that I've found it, that object is this call. Because it literally is fired when you click a slot, right, in that inventory. It's like the inventory is passed into the GUI. It is, there's a reference to it in the GUI, right? Somewhere in here, inventory, right? And it's part of the base class, which you send in. So the inventory is there. And the activate slot object, I think, is this call right here. If we analyze this used by overridden. Activate slot crafting grid. It's actually building a packet here. You can see activate slot. Inventory crafting grid is part of it. Yeah, inventory. So we could override it. And encode into the object itself I want to try to keep it simple though. I hate Inventory base. Did modify. I would love to know where that, if anybody knows what picks that packet up, because return packet, get activate slot packet, inventory network util, get activate slot packet. Of course, it's an interface. Analyze, implemented. There it is. Return new packet client ID 7. Packet activate inventory slot. Jesus. Now you can see why why I chose this feature to do this feature like way into the development. I could literally override it and encode all my encode other information in. I could do that. Packet the packet, remember that packet client was that thing that had this giant giant amount of stuff in it. I don't know. I honestly don't know, because that's the only part of this whole process that I when I hit, I didn't know block entity interaction packet to the server. I don't know. And I was hoping to not have to roll my own channel. Right? Because yeah, there are mods that I've made that have their own communication channel. The Angel Belt sets up its own client server channels. And then, when you set up a channel, you set it up to process messages. So you need a message object. Yeah, I don't know where that goes. That's I don't like that I don't know where that goes. Instinct tells me it's in the block entity. See if did I bookmark it? It would have made sense if I bookmarked it. No, I did not bookmark it. Block entity. Block entity fruit press. I need block entity container. Block entity. This on received client packet. Okay, that can't be it. Let's see, derived types. Yeah, there's a lot of block entities in the game. Block entity container on nope. Derived types here, block entity openable container. Because this is the openable container is the base class of all of my machines. Unreceived client packet. I think it's intending for this to get called. I think. But the parameters are not right. The parameters are way off. It would be under client, I think. And it wouldn't be byte array. It wouldn't be this. Because remember, it's just a data or an object. There it is. This is basically the parameters of what I'm looking at. So what object are we in? Network API, which makes sense, network. So these are all sends. iClient network API. So it has to be on the client API. It has to be. Why? So the I, right? The I. It has to be client. Client. There it is. This is client. Data serialized okay, so it's a special okay. So then it takes packet.id, which again is 7. So if we look at a server network API, does this one No, I don't see a get. Or a receive. Send block entity. I don't know what again, the problem is I don't know what picks that up. Because when we initialize a GUI, if somebody the moment somebody enables or changes a connection to be in extraction mode, that will immediately initialize or instantiate the GUI for that specific node, and the inventory that we send it, the GUI, is the inventory for that node, right? It is a new instance It is a new instance of the extraction node, right? So you instantiate the extraction node. The extraction node has an inventory, and we can pass it said inventory through this. And this is actually, I use block entity container. So you instantiate the extraction node in that face, right? That's why it's an array, because it's 6 faces. You instantiate the extraction node, and then you instantiate the GUI next, passing in the inventory of that extraction node. So the actual inventory that it's trying to update on like a slot modified event is the GUI from the extraction node, not an inventory, because the pipe block itself does not have an inventory. This does not have an inventory at all. There should be no on slot modifieds. I don't think there's any slot modifieds in here at all, right? There's no on slot modified. So this does not have an inventory. But if we go to pipe extraction node, I think this one does. Right here. On slot modified of the inventory. So I was hoping that that packet, it's a block entity packet, but I was hoping that it would be basically tied to the inventory, because that is what is changing. It could crash and burn hard, like badly. And I would have to sort of sit back and go back to the drawing board to figure out exactly what I need to update, because it might just be a simple like, hey, the inventory changed, do a thing, right? Update, redraw, whatever it is. Something happens when you send that packet. I think what it is, it's intended to update the server on the slot change, because remember, the server is the master. The server has to get updated for every possible change and every interaction, because it is what's storing all the information. The client is basically a dummy interaction terminal. So I think what's happening is when the slot changes, right? That's why it's part of the slot grid constructor. When a slot changes, it fires that event. It builds that packet based on the change, right? It bases it off of that change, and it says, hey, this is the change. So what I might be able to do is create my own custom object, maybe create my own custom object that has part of it as that packet, but also has more information regarding the node itself, and be able to pass that onto the node directly. Then that's only if that packet doesn't do any, like if there's no data update, if the slot modified event isn't, like, yeah. So that's the only part of this code that I have no idea. But we should have the rebuild shape done. I think we have it in a safe, because this is on a different thread, this function. And if the shape is dirty, we rebuild it and then we redo it. And returning false again, all that does is just add the base, that adds that center cube, right? It just adds that base shape. And right now, both pipe types are going to look the same, because it's, yeah. I don't know yet if there's a simpler way to do this. I can actually, let's peek. Composite shape is actually what we're using. Man, wind. I can just hear it. It's howling outside. And it usually, Harold, when it's super windy, it usually means the weather is going to shift dramatically, either hotter or colder. Doesn't matter. Usually means there's a major front coming in when it's really, really windy. Okay, so shape itself. So what I was looking at, if you actually looked at the pipes mod, and I have it bookmarked, somewhere. There it is. If you go to the source, here, blocks, pipe block. Here, this is shape. There is a somewhere in here. Voxel utils. So voxel utils is in the core lib. It's a dead easy thing. Oh, pipes. There it is. Look at that streak. He's still on a streak. 1,257 days of a single contribution or an update every single day for, what is that, 6 years?
That's dedication.
That is crazy. That's a crazy. Like, I don't even. Yeah, updated 7 minutes. I mean, a working voice chat in Minecraft. Like, this guy is just amazing, like crazy dedicated. So there's the pipes. Updated 2 days ago. So yeah, it's still active and act. There's this core lib. Source. Core lib. Was it under util? Was it maybe block? Voxel utils. So all this does is use the voxel shape, which is a Minecraft thing, right? And then you are shapes.or, right? So he is dynamically building the shape with an array. The shape ... shapes is an array, right? Because he's doing a for shapes.length. So this is an array of, any size, and he's doing an or for the combined shape, which basically he resets, obviously, shapes of 0, and then he's oring it to shapes of I. So somehow Minecraft has a built-in way of dynamically building shapes, and that is what is being returned from here back to see if I can figure this out. Back to here, which he's then using to build the shape. On wrench click, there's probably something in here. There's Mark Pipes dirty. So this is possibly rebuilding it, but there's got to be something in here. Get property. This is just setting return default block state. I don't know why this is so freaking complicated. Is able to connect. That is, that's a good update shape. There it is. Super. Damn it. Update shape. Block state update shape. Super is a it's an inherited. Super is basically in C# the same as base. You say base dot, it's the base class. So I'll have to look at what the base class is here. Get shape. There we go. There it is. Voxel utils. So it's literally going through and it's going, get value up. And it's, if up is extract, then it's saying, here's the shape for extract. Otherwise, there's a shape for up. And it's doing that, iterating through all of the directions. So this enormous block of code here is building the shape. And it's doing it in a way that I can't do. I can't OR shapes together. So this code of voxelutils.combine is adding these, is basically building these shapes bit by bit, which is essentially this code here, right? It's basically doing the same thing, or hopefully doing the same thing as what they're doing there. But we're doing it with meshes. And I don't know, if we did something in here regarding connection sides and extraction sides, I'm guessing what we would have to do is grab this shape, right? Grab this connection mesh, or in here. Most likely, I would do it in here. Asset location. Probably add like something shape.shape. I don't know how I would override the texture. I think one of the objects that dynamically changes the texture is the block entity barrel. To change the own block entity barrel.gen mesh. What is there's a call. Maybe it is in the block. So block barrel liquid container base, that's fine. I was looking for interfaces, like weird interfaces. Get content mesh liquids, get content mesh from attributes, get content mesh. So there's if you look at like stuff that you can put in a barrel, right? Anything in a barrel, there can be containable props. Watertight containable props can include the texture, props.texture. And so there's code in here, right? That changes the texture, but it doesn't do it in a very it doesn't do it in a very pleasant way. I wish he would kind of encapsulate this to just be able to just set the texture, right? And just be able to set the texture based on the index of the texture name. Because if you look at the shape file, inside of there are the textures, and they are indexed by name. They're indexed by a code. So you can index into a shape with the, if you look at the shape, you can actually look at the textures in that shape, right? If you look at textures, the string here, right, that is the code of the texture. That is the string that you see in the shape. But I don't know if you can override that. Or if you override it, does it apply globally? That would be the problem. Is I want to set it up so the barrel, the texture of the pipe nub is only for that shape, right? An instance of that. I don't know. Something in here, right? There's code in here somewhere. I'd have to go through it line by line and really look at it. But this is one of the few blocks in the game that can actually dynamically change its texture based on what you put in the barrel, right? Whether you put vegetables in it, whether there's rot in it, like whatever you have in the barrel, there is a texture that changes inside of that. And that's what this code does. So yeah. Anyway, get content textures. Yeah, there's like so yeah, get content. Okay, that was mesh. This is the texture. Jesus. They just couldn't make it easy. Like, all I want to do is index into the shape, grab maybe even a named texture, and just set it equal to another texture. But do that on an individual basis, I'm not sure how many shenanigans that's going to take. All right. Does anybody have any questions? Modding questions, coding questions, vintage engineering specific questions, anything like that. Now is the time to ask, now that we're kind of in between. And I will give you a couple minutes to ask, and I'm going to take another quick bio break, and we'll be back. All right. We are back. I don't see any questions, so I'll keep an eye out for questions, but oh man. I really, okay, so now I really want to focus on getting it at least to a point where I can actually start iteratively testing and building and having it in the game where it's actually functional. At least being able to load the game without worrying about really, really bad stuff happening. So let's see. If we go to the block, so the important thing is getting the block. Getting the block placeable and breakable. That's kind of, if we want to start with the absolute base functionality, so I am passing in block placed event, I'm passing into the network manager. The block broken event, I'm passing into the network manager. I should do it here. There's so much code left to do. On selection boxes, I changed this rather than doing shenanigans with the pipes. All of the selection boxes exist for all of the pipes, regardless of connections. So when you look at a pipe with a wrench, well, maybe maybe I should specify I don't have access to the player here, though. How did I do it for the catenary mod? I have no idea. Get selection. Get wire selection boxes. Get selection boxes. Ah. So obviously what I'm doing here is obviously the selection boxes would only be returned on a client, right? The server doesn't care. It doesn't actually render the boxes. So the server really doesn't care. And if we're on the client side, right? Because it's still gonna be called on the server. But if we're on the client side, this thing looks to see if we have a wrench in our hands, right? Active hotbar slot, blah blah blah. If we have a wrench and there's wire anchors, then get the wire selection boxes. Otherwise, just get the regular selection boxes. So, what we could do is, I'm going to copy this really quick because this would be kind of a cheeky thing to do, and it may not work very well. Okay. Basically what this is doing is saying, hey, if this is being called on the client and the player has a wrench in their hand, then we want to return this. All of them. Because all of them is the default. Right? If you have a wrench in your hand, all of them is the default. Otherwise, we don't have a wrench in our hand. Then return. Well, here's the. Damn it. Let's grab. What is? What? Cannot implicitly convert type bool to bool. It's because of the question marks. That's why. Active hot. There's always going to be an active hotbar slot. So if anybody's confused, what I realized is, how are you going to open the interface of an extraction node if, when you look at the block with an empty hand, you don't get the selection index, right? Because I was gonna set it where the default, right, is the default was just do the no, yeah, I can't do it. I can't nitpick, because if the selection index changes, really bad stuff happens. Like really bad stuff. So yeah, that I can't do that. It would be nice to do that, but yeah, if you try to break the, like, let's say I did that, right? And when you look at it with a wrench or an empty hand, you get all of the nodes. But if you look at it with anything else, you only get the center. And then when you break the block, on block broken, I don't know. I mean, getting all of those directions all the time seems like a complete waste to me. But trying to dynamically set up the selection boxes, and I'm gonna have to redo. I'm gonna have to redo the selection boxes, because as it is now, there's no way to right click the center core, even though there's a selection box. It's literally surrounded by all of the other selection boxes, so there's no way to actually select that very center, which is a problem. So I'm gonna have to move those selection boxes for each face out and have a gap somehow. On block interact start. So this one, well, let's do Control X. No. Control X. Let's clear that. This is on block interact. So this one actually has a by player. So that makes that simpler. So on block interact start, if we have a wrench, then when a player does a right click while targeting this block, should return true if the event is handled so that other events can occur. True, the event will not be synced to the server, so that would be bad to do that. So inventory manager, active hotbar slot, item stack. What we need is detect sneak. If by player dot, what was entity dot controls dot sneak. Yes. Right. So if we're on the client, which we should always be, literally, if we're on the client and we're holding a wrench and we're sneaking, if, that means we want to override whatever we're selecting, right? The selection index. If we are on a client and we're not holding a wrench, if our hand is empty, then open the GUI. If it is an extraction node. So then we do if extraction this isn't a block. Stop doing things, hitting random keys. Let's BE pipe base pipe equals world.block accessor dot get block entity at block selection dot position as BE pipe base. If that and pipe does not equal null, meaning we are in fact right clicking on a pipe, which should always be because we're in the block pipe, so there should always be a block entity of this base class here. So we should always have this access to this. Open a GUI if pipe dot extraction sides of block selection dot selection box index, right? Because remember, the selection box index is in the same order as our northeast, southwest, up, down, right? That's why I did that. That's the entire reason, is we can just grab whether that's a an extraction, and then we can pass along to the block entity somewhere in here. There's got to be an on right. I must have done an on right click. There's got to be in here. Nope, I didn't. Okay, so we're gonna need okay. We're gonna need a trigger. So where do we want to put this? Kind of want to build a block of code. Rebuild push connections, mark dirty, initialize. Let's do it down here. If we look at block entity, barrel is base type, block entity liquid, block entity container, block entity openable container. We have a on player right click right here. All right, I'm going to move this off. So we have public virtual bool on player right click iPlayer player block selection. Okay, all the virtual means is that if you derive another class based on this class, you can override that function and change it in some way. And you could still access it by doing base dot on player right click, but the virtual allows you to override it. Which this is an abstract class, so my individual types of pipe, this is why the class and the entity class are not listed yet in the JSON, because they don't exist yet. Because I need to get the base class done with all of the functionality that applies to all pipes, and then an individual type of pipe can be declared, which basically will have specific code in there for that exact type. So on player right click, this will or should open a GUI, or should I just go to pipe? I could do all of this logic in the block entity, because I would have to do all of this all over again anyway, right? All of this logic can be done in the block entity. Because I'm passing in the player, I should probably pass in the world as well. I don't necessarily need this. iWorld, accessor world, right? I don't necessarily need it because this block entity has an API variable. So I could just use the API variable to do it, but this is just, it doesn't really hurt anything because it's passed by reference anyway. So I'm going to grab this and put that here. Player. Okay. Get rid of all the squiggly lines. just to get rid of that squiggly line. Okay, so player, block selection, all of those variables are back in here. Now, I can have direct access to like all of the variables that I was collecting here. Now I can just say pipe.on player. Stop doing that. Why? Oh, Jesus. Pipe.on player. Right click. And then I can do world, comma, by player, comma, block selection. Okay. Now, really? Oh. There we go. Oh. So this is calling the block entity and passing the event on. And I should just do return here. Do I need this to be specifically client-based? I don't think I do. I don't think I need this to be specifically client-side. The server-side would make more sense. Because the server is going to call it too. So I want it called on both. Honestly, like, I should in here. Any value, okay, here's the thing. Any values that you change in these functions, when the server resyncs, right? When it blasts another packet to the client to send more data, it will override everything in there. Ready? Right? So that is why if something is wrong with a mod and you build, like, let's say you place a block with a tool, if that block isn't synced, right? If that block placement is not done on the server as well as the client, that block will eventually disappear. And that's why you get ghost blocks sometimes. I had a major problem with that with the building gadget. And there's still bugs with the building gadget. I just haven't gone into that mod because it would take me a monumental amount of gear shifting to try to wrap my head around that mod and fix the bugs that are in it. So like any change that we do here is on the client really would not matter because the server updates the client with all of the new values and variables. So, but the client still needs to know, right? It still needs the values. So one of the other functions that I really need to ensure that we have, on or from tree attributes, not void, override to tree attributes. These two I need 100%. I need these. Because, yeah, we need these. This is how you sync, right? So these to and from tree attributes, it's how you sync data client server, right? The server calls this and then sends the tree to the client, which then calls this. Very straightforward. But it's also used when it saves to disk. So when the game is being saved, it calls this, saves it to disk, and then when it's loaded, either from when you load the game and load a world, or when a chunk is loaded. So when a chunk is loaded, this is called, for everything in the chunk, this thing is called. And it reloads everything. Once it's done reloading everything, once it calls this to reload all the variables, then it calls initialize when it's loaded from a chunk. So the more you know about the tree of how the game operates, the better you can get in and figure out what either is a problem in your code or is not working or is broken, and how to approach it. So if we go up to the top here, so we have you always want to call base, right? You always want to call base. So once you call base, you can either call it before or after, but I always do the very first thing is calling base. And then we can start adding our own variables or our own tree attributes in here. And so we're not gonna load everything. But before I can start testing this in the game, I need these functions in so I don't corrupt the world, because it would be very bad to do that. So obviously we can't store mesh data. We can't store the Boolean shape dirty. It doesn't matter. All that stuff is going to be regenerated when it loads anyway. But let's see. We want to store network ID. So tree dot set long network ID. Okay. Come down here. The extraction nodes, I should have, if I did this right. Yep. So I added tree attributes to the extraction nodes, right? So this again builds a tree attribute for the extraction nodes. Now, how are we going to do this? Because we're going to have 6 of these. And this is a lot of code in here, but really it's saving 3 items. Well, in the inventory. So it's saving the inventory, position, which is I do the position for debug purposes. I want to really make sure these are saved properly. Face code, basically the direction of the instance, and then the distribution mode. Now, if we add any features into the future, for like, let's say we add a signal feature, that would go, that would have to be another thing. Somehow we would have to be able to convert that to a tree. So what we need to do is pass in a tree attribute to each extraction node, right? And then, yeah, this is going to be more complex than I thought. Do we have a tree.set? We have block position bool bytes double float int okay. So bytes, I think, is probably going to be the best way to do this. So the push connections, that again is going to be generated and loaded when the thing is initialized. Extraction nodes, the GUIs, again, we don't need to save anything there. So for int f equals 0, f is less than 6, f plus plus. If extraction sides
of F.
Oh, Buggy, before I forget, I should share my findings or lack thereof. I haven't found anything on a solid release date for 7 days.
Why would they? That concerns me, because they should be blasting that.
Yeah.
So there's nothing on Steam.
Yeah, nothing specific anyway. They say June, but no specific date in June.
Well, apparently you achieved some. They must have added some achievements. Because you got 3 achievements all of a sudden today from.
Yeah, I looked at the store page, or the whatchamacallit page. Yeah, just the library where you are right now. I popped into there and then poof, instant achievements. It's like, okay, that's a thing.
Yeah, no dates. I mean, they're telling you price is gonna increase. The launch dates for PC and console.
With more than a decade of development, so Stable 1.0, the current retail price of the game will increase to match the cost of the new console edition, which we'll cover later. If you currently own 7 Days to Die on PC or purchase it,
come on, when is it going to be released?
then nothing will change.
When does 1.0 launch?
All major free updates coming. The only real change is that anyone who has not purchased the game by the launch of 1.0 will have to purchase it at a new price.
Quit reading what you're saying.
Sales. We're running a last chance week-long deal starting next Monday on Steam.
Come on. When is it? When is it coming out?
To give all players the
It says Windows 1.0 launch.
on Steam at the lowest discount before the price goes up. This week-long sale will start April 22nd. So if you're still on the fence after 10 years, it's never been a better time.
Yeah, I listened to at least that section of it.
With the
But,
launch of
yeah.
Stable 1.0, the current retail price of the game will increase to match
just
the cost.
June.
Discuss. Let's see. Yeah, the only 11 years.
Yeah.
This company is just crazy. I was hoping that they would actually ...227 pages of comments on this.
All positive, I'm sure.
Yeah, where's the beta? Yeah, people are like, beta equals 1.0. Yeah, they're just skipping the beta phase. All they're doing is rebranding alpha to 1.0. That's literally all they're doing. They're not changing it. They're not updating it. They're just converting it into 1.0. They're probably going to fix a few things here and there. I hope they do that before they go 1.0.
Hopefully.
So I don't know why, there was such a big delay in the release of 1.0. Yeah, they're not putting anything in there. So, yeah, we might have to find a backup thing to stream once we're done with Planet Crafter.
Yeah, I can throw you ideas again. Most of them will probably just be from last time.
Okay, so the extraction sides here, if the extraction sides of F, meaning we're iterating through all the sides. If it's true, meaning we have the extraction, that means the pipe extraction node. So we have pipe extraction node equals extraction nodes of F, right? Now, this when you do something like this in a complex type in C#, it's a reference, right? This node here is pointing to the same object that this is pointing to. So be very aware of that situation. Which is why when you look at like block position, there's add copy or dot copy for a lot of functions, because if you change the variable, let's say like this there's a position, right? This dot position. This is the position of the block entity. If I change that variable, it changes it for this block entity, right? So you want to, if you're offsetting from a position, you want to do dot up copy, dot add copy, dot down copy, or whatever, right? You want to do a copy of that. Otherwise, shenanigans will ensue. Okay, so we want to do tree attribute node tree equals new tree attribute node dot two tree attributes of node tree. Okay, so this is encoding all the data in this node into this tree. Okay, we're going to get, when this comes back, this tree will have all of this data associated. It will have the inventory, and it will have block position, the face code, and the distro. Right? The face code is kind of important. And here we are going to, how are we going to encode this? Yeah, I'm not really an expert at the tree attribute thing. It's an incredibly powerful system. But adding a tree to a tree to a tree like that, I need to encode the extraction sides, I think. But there's no... I could probably do a set bytes. Let's see if we can do a set bytes. Extract sides, byte array, serial, Why can't I spell this today? Serialize. Serializable util. Come on. I know it's in here. You guys hear that dog barking? I want to... God, I hate my neighbors. I fucking hate my neighbors. They have 4 little dogs in a tiny house, and they just leave their door open. The dogs can come and go as they want, and they will just sit out in their yard barking all day. It's 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock at night, and they finally start like going inside.
I didn't hear any barking. I unmuted the stream to check it.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything.
Serializable util. There it is. Serializer. Okay, serializer util dot serialize of extraction size here. There it is. Serialize bool array. There it is. Okay. So now I can encode that into bytes, because you can do node tree dot 2 bytes, right? So I can say tree, which is the base tree, dot set bytes of f, and then node tree dot 2 bytes. Why is f really cannot? It should have automatically done the 2-string, but you can take an int and change the format, but hopefully this will just do it. Basically taking the index. So the first thing because when you read everything back in, you read everything back. Well, no, this is not. Damn it. This is not going to work. Because I'm literally encoding 1, right? 1 is this tree. 2 is this tree. I mean, it would technically work because I'm not encoding, I'm not saving anything else. How about I do f, let's do extract dash plus f.toString. That makes me feel a little bit more comfortable. Making something unique. Extract dash 1 or extract dash 0, extract dash 3, whatever. Because this is literally what is dictating that value f. Is the bool array. So the other things we want. That was the gnarly part, right? Everything else is pretty much done here. I have 2, 3, 4 left. So we have connect sides, disconnect sides, and insert sides. Okay. So those are all mapped, right? Individually mapped. And we have the node tree for each node being built and converted to bytes, because it's just, I don't have to do this. I probably could do like I'd probably even do this. Yeah. Because I've seen tree of, brackets of something equals another tree. Because I could create another tree and it would just cascade. The 2 bytes might be better. I don't know. I don't honestly know. And then let's just do a backup of tree.setInt num extract num extraction connections tree.setInt num insert num insertion connections, right? And it's just to like doubly verify, make sure, because if I have, let's say, 2 extraction connections, but there's only one of these, or there's only one true in here, then there's a problem that I can look at and debug to see how that happened. But now that we have that, I think that is all she wrote for the important variables here. Everything else is making these all be fields, or not fields, but or I don't know what the right word is there, but all right. So scrolling down here, this is why I love the split screen thing, because I can just go in here and go, all right. Now, this is from tree attributes. So this is either loading off of disk or getting information from the server. So when the server blasts updates, this is what's called. And it usually only does that when the chunk loads and you are in the area, or when something is marked dirty and has to do it. So it's not constantly blasting you with these packets. It only does it when you mark it dirty, or when something marks it dirty, or probably when the chunk is marked dirty, it will blast everything as well. So you want to do that kind of stuff as infrequently as possible. Okay, so network ID equals tree dot get long network ID, and the default value of 0. You want to make sure your string indexers are identical, obviously. And then we want to do extraction sides equals tree.get bytes extract sides. Okay. We don't want it to be a null default value, new byte of 0. Oh, bool. Oh, no. Yeah, get bytes. And then we take that whole thing I'm an idiot. So, deserialize byte the bool array of this. I don't know if this doesn't exist, and obviously it defaults. You can see byte default value equals null. So if this defaulted to null, like what this would do if it got null, right? It would probably not appreciate that. So here is this deserialize return default value. Is there a deserialized default value on here too? Oh, there is. Sweet. Okay. So I don't need that. I can take this off here. Comma, new bool of 6. Just to make sure. Right? Just to make sure that we don't foobar anything. So a bool, I think the bool data type itself is it's a base. It's a I don't know what's the word. It's a base class, like a base type. They all default to false. So then we do a for int f equals 0. F is less than okay. So it's doing this. If extraction size of f, and then we do if extract nodes of f does not equal null. So if we're syncing to a client, this won't be null. And I don't. Okay. I think what we can do, because what we're doing is passing. Yeah. Okay. I think I have an idea. We can do. This is going to be a brutally long line of code. Extraction nodes of f dot from tree attributes. The tree we're from the tree attributes, remember, is going to be encoded like this. So we're going to need, oh, Jesus. I'm just trying to wrap my head around this. Stop with the auto things just for a moment. We need the tree dot get bytes extract dash plus f dot toString that gets me the bytes Why can't I? Block entity. What? Create from bytes. I want to see if this is generic or if it's actually looking for like a really, really specific. There. Okay. It's just the variable is named. It's just named weird. And then I need world for resolving, which I get from here. I don't know why that has to freaking be that long, but you know, it is what it is. What am I missing? There we go. From tree attributes. So if it's not null, that means it exists. So rather than destroy it and rebuild it, we're just going to push the data and it will update the data in here, right? The from tree, it'll just run through this and update all of its data. I might need to damn it. What? Come on. Visual Studio. Jesus. It's just a simple if statement. God. So what I'm thinking is if I call this like what I'm doing here, right? Let's say I'm loading it from the system. What this is doing is saying, I might already be done. I might already be listening when I get this update. If I do it again, I'm going to lose the old listener ID, but I'm not going to lose the fact that it's ticking. So then it would start double ticking. You know, it's going to have two pointing to the same function. Now it's going to be ticking twice as fast. And then 3 times, and then 4 times, and then 5 times. And pretty soon, after about 3 or 4 minutes in the game, it's going to have 20 tickers on there, and the game is going to be like, what? Why do you have 20 things all ticking the same function? That's not good. Okay, but this is only running on the server. Okay, so that's fine. Which, if we're updating on the client, then I think it's safe. I think it's wise to do this. Upgrade.delay. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to BEP dot unregister game tick listener ID. That's the safest way to do it. Remove the listener and then add it. And I can do, let's just do this and then do this. So we grab the block entity, we make sure it's not null because that would be bad. If the listener ID is not equal to 0, right? If it's been initialized and we're actually doing anything with it, then we unregister it. I think we need to, instead of doing unregister, we need to remove extraction tick event. That's specific to the pipe. I mean, the pipe, it's pretty much the same process. Yeah, remove extraction tick event is just unregister. So very simple process, but a little bit more specific to the actual thing. So this, again, tree attribute, I am calling the actual extraction node because it's not null. Else, we're initializing the extraction node. And then pretty much the same thing. Because we're initializing it not like if this was the right click event, then we wouldn't be calling from tree attributes, obviously. We would be initializing it with other data. But the constructor for this is a really probably dead simple thing. Yeah. It sets up some functions, but we probably want to initialize. Yeah, I think it would be wise to initialize it. API position. The face is block facing dot all faces of f dot code. That's the face. So the initialize, remember, this is initializing like the inventory, it's initializing the block position, it's initializing all of those variables, which we need to do. And it, initializes the inventory and all that kind of stuff. So we knew it, which is giving us this initial thing, giving us that initial pipe inventory. Then we're immediately initializing it with all the variables. Normally, like, you would do these things, like the game automatically does these kinds of things, but we are we are doing it ourselves because we have to. I don't even have the upgrade and filter things done. I mean, I don't have the JSON in there. I don't have a 3D model. If you want to do a quick little 3D, something for the upgrade with some textures, something for the filter, something that looks cool, the recipes for them, it doesn't matter at this point. It's just little 3D object, and the upgrade itself, remember, this is based on the Pipes mod. It doesn't matter. It's going to be something simple. Something that you can look at and identify based on either texture or shape. That's immediately identifiable as, oh, that's a tier 2, right? Okay, so pipe extract. So we detect if it's null. If it's not, then we just update it. If it is, we knew it, which means when this runs, it means we're basically loading off a disk. That's what this means. We're loading this block entity off of a disk. Okay, so once we get through that, I think... About that time. I think... Yeah, we'd be able to... I think that's done with that. So now connection sides equals oh. Okay. That should go a long ways in... Oh, I hope all this code works. The base basically is a lot of the base block entity stuff. Mostly it's behavior. That's mostly what the base does. Is iterate through any and all behaviors and save whatever those need to save. So we grab the network ID, we grab the extraction sides, and we iterate through the extraction sides. Any extraction sides that are valid, we iterate through those, and we say, hey. Now we could, when we load this back in, right? When we set these, we could be writing to the values that already exist. We might not even change anything, right? You're not guaranteed that all this stuff will be empty. Some of this stuff will exist already, especially if it's on a chunk redraw or something. It's just going to load it all again. But we need these sides, right? We absolutely need the sides. We may not need the nodes. We may not need the nodes because these are only going to tick on the server. So yeah, they're only going to tick on the server. They're only going to be registered on the server. So if we go to the block entity here, if we go to those register events, remove and add, we can do if API side equals a server. Right? And the same thing here. Only the server needs to tick these. Even if the client calls it, right? The client will call it and it'll be like, nope, bounce out, you turn 0. And then the tick event itself, I think the tick event is actually on the extraction node somewhere in here. There it is, update tick. Do I have an API call in here? I do. So I don't want to do this because the base, this is going to be overridden depending on the type of pipe, right? Item pipes are going to move things slightly differently than, say, fluid pipes, or down the road, heat pipes or gas pipes, right? There's specific logic of moving things. Plus, each extraction node will move things differently depending on the thing. So the difference being like whether it's merge or whether like round robin, nearest for like all of that functionality is done on the pipes, like the individual pipe side. So this extraction node, right, this will be a base class of item pipe extraction node, fluid pipe extraction node, stuff like that. And the nodes themselves will be still, even though this is pipe extraction node, you can still have a derived class in this array, and it will hold its class type. It's a very beautiful functionality of .NET. So this pipe extraction node array of the block entity, right? This will be I don't know. Can I use the same block? I'm on the fence about that. Whether I'll be able to use basically the same block entity for all pipes. It would be nice to be able to do that. I'm not sure I'll be able to do that yet. But it would be very nice, and just have the extraction nodes change depending on what it's connected to. Or the extraction node, I guess, I'm not sure. Because when it comes to fluid is going to look for a different type of slot. It's going to look for the liquid-only slot. And it's going to make sure that its type is liquid, right? So there's some things in there. But the pipe, okay. So if we were... Jesus. But the reason it's confusing me is... like, I want to have it as extendable as possible, but the pipes mod has different pipes for fluid and different pipes for items and different pipes for this. So the only major Gordian knot of logic would be like a universal pipe. That's the only one that would be a nightmare, which would be its own pipe class. So yeah, I think the BE pipe base, we're going to have item pipe, item like BE item pipe and BE fluid pipe. Those are going to be the block entities. But do we need... Yeah, we're going to need special extraction nodes too, I think. I don't know. What do you think, Oz? Like, what does your instinct say? Like,
Oh, sorry. Can you repeat the question?
trying to be as specific and generic as possible. So, if we have fluid pipes and we have item pipes, do we need then fluid pipe extraction node and item pipe extraction node? Or is it enough to have a unique item, like a unique block and block entity for the different pipe types?
Boy, that's a tough one. I don't think you'll know for certain until you get pretty deep into it.
Yeah, because it's
My instinct says that you should be able to have a generic.
Right. It all depends on how you would implement the extraction process, right? So if we look at like item pipe or pipe upgrade, item pipe upgrade. So you have delay, you have rate, and then rate I set here. A value of -1 means a full stack regardless of stack size. A value of -2 means everything of a single type in a container, right? Which would be like more of a creative mode infinite rate. That's how my brain processes that. Would the super creative mode, the infinite one, would be move all of, like, let's say you have a chest and there's a variety of things. Stone, lots of different varieties of stone and wood and blah, 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 blah. The -2 means the way that it would move would be to grab the very first item slot. Like, it would just iterate through the item slots in the inventory. It would grab the first one that wasn't empty. It would look at it and it would say, okay, what is this? What is the code of this item? Doesn't matter if it's a block or an item. It does not matter. What is the code of this item? Move all of those in this chest, in this tick, right? Just iterate through all the slots, anything that matches that code. That would be -2. But the difference between like fluid and item is not really... How would we do that? A fluid pipe, the logic of connection we would have to have like a can connect at. Would that be block entity, or would that would have to be block entity because we need a position. We need to look. So what on player right click. Can connect to, there it is. I did add it in here. So can connect to, it's a virtual, so you'd have to override it. So the block entity, so yeah, you would have a specific block entity. I think the block itself, I think we could probably get away with doing a generic block, like just pipe, because the pipe use comes from the code of the block, right? So block of type fluid, the pipe use is fluid. Block of type item, pipe use is item. So even though it's a single class, you would still have separate blocks because they are separate they would be separate blocks because how the variant system works. I'm hoping. So can connect to. I'm just thinking like if we have an extraction node and the can connect to is looking at, let's say we're a fluid. We would override can connect to, and then we would look for a block with item slot. We would look at the block and does this have an inventory? Is it a block container of any kind? Or a better way to do that is look at the interface. If there's any interfaces that do that. So if it's a something with an inventory, and then we would have to iterate through that inventory, all of the slots, and we would look at all the slots and see if they were item slot liquid only. Because if we look at our inventory for our mixer, this is what I mean. The inventory is, let's see where the initialization is. There it is. So you can see I generate 8 slots, but then I override it and say 4, 5, and 7 indexed are item slot liquid only. Okay, and each has a capacity of 50 liters. So I'm generating 8 slots, but 3 of them are item slot liquid only. So you could grab the inventory and you could iterate for each slot and you could check item slot liquid only. But also I added a API for liquids. And the reason I had to do this is there's not an API in the base game to be able to move liquids in and out. So it's basically a two-pronged approach. If it's an item slot liquid only, and it's not this, right? Then assume that it's like a barrel, which is an iLiquid interface, but it doesn't give you like get pull from slot, right? It doesn't allow for that. And the reason I did this is basically how the chutes work, right? Get auto, it just gets you the slot. Now I don't really have any logic as far as like how to be smart about it, but yeah, there's a lot of little fiddly logic there, but all of that would be in the block entity for can connect. So it would detect that. It would say, hey, this has an item slot liquid only and is either my interface or it's a base game interface. So yes, that would be true, and it would allow the connection. The extract mode, see, that is where the extraction node, that is where the problem arises. Because if you switch it to an extract node, if the extract node is generic, the update tick for that, how do you map which item slot to extract from? How do you map that dynamically in a generic extraction node? Because that can change. The slot you're extracting from can change. Like if you're extracting from a chest, then once the first slot is empty, it has to go to the next slot, right? and the next slot, and the next slot, and the next slot. So you can't hard code the slots, and that's where the chutes come in. Get next, if we look at another one of my inventories, get auto push into slot and get auto pull from slot. These here was what the chutes call and use. This is what the chutes call. And so you just iterate through as the slots empty out. You just give it the next slot. You just give it a reference to the next slot, and that's the one that empties out. Which is why I did that for my fluid interface. But it's very, very different. You would have to change the API and edit these and add a feature onto this. And I don't know where I think it's iSlot provider. No. Is it inventory based then? I'm overwriting it. So the base inventory, get auto pull from slot and get auto push into slot. I really wish they actually added descriptions for some of these parameters, but I guess you could technically, because it's saying get auto push into is saying, hey, I'm trying to push that item slot in. From slot is saying what best suited slot is the from slot here, right? What is the slot with this material? Where is the best place to put this? So you would have to then detect fluids on that. That would be a lot of logic. I'm trying to keep the update tick as clean as possible. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure what the solution would be, because if you have something like heat, you could make it an item stack. I mean, there's you could do the same with gas. You could do the same with, because fluid is an item stack. It's just handled a little bit differently, but it's still an item stack. Heat, you could make an item stack. I'm just thinking like how to make it generic enough. Where the extraction node wouldn't matter what the type of pipe it was. The update tick would just wouldn't matter. But you would have to assume some things, right? You'd have to assume the upgrade. Let's say the upgrade rate was 5. Or let's do base 2. Let's say the upgrade rate was 8. So in an item, you would have to assume it's 8 items per tick. But a fluid, you would have to assume you'd have to assume like 8 liters per tick. And what about heat? How would you do that? You would have to have whatever your unit of measurement is, I guess. Kind of similar to what we've been doing in Planet Crafter. And then gas, I mean, that would be, I don't know how you do that. How is gas? Yes, unit of measurement for gas is maybe, I don't know, what is it? How is gas measured? Pressure? Atmosphere, like what the pressure is of gas?
Typically pressure.
So what are, I mean, I have to look at my code here. Energy, whatever, that can just be units of power, doesn't really matter. Gas, heat, signal. Oh, Jesus. What would you do with signal? How would you do an extraction of a signal? That would be... Oh, man. I don't know how you would do that. Because a universal pipe, you would have to have a custom extraction node for that. Because the logic would be just overwhelming. Trying to do a generic... I think that's... If you look at the pipe mod, if I still have it up here, this is where, like, the type handlers... Right? Capabilities is a Neoforge or a Forge system. And then the item handler, this is where that generic capabilities go. This is what is using that system. So I don't know if capabilities, if it's defined as like, is it I have no idea. Block capability. I don't know that system at all. I don't know Minecraft modding or anything like that at all. I dabbled in it like 10 years ago and I haven't touched it since. I haven't even looked at it. And I've learned quite a lot since then. I would be a lot better at learning how this works from right now, but this API is probably so messed up and so sporadic that it would be hard to follow. But I don't know. You could most likely absolutely use generics in this system, right? Pipe extraction node, you could make a generic, of T, right? You could do a pipe extraction node of T, and then you could, that T would be a type of handler. It would be the T would be you would have to be an interface where it would be transport, like a transport handler would be like, maybe let's just throw out an example. So transport handler would be the interface, or transport handler, and that would define update tick and type, enum pipe type, to try to match those two. And then the update tick itself would would contain all of the values. It would contain all of the logic. But it would need access to. Oh God! It would need access to the block position, which would be doable. You could do in my extraction node. You could do it here. You would grab the T. You would pass it the update tick, and you would pass it the delta time, but also any other relevant information. You'd pass it the delta time. You would pass it basically the block entity, position, the world interaction, because it would need access to all of that. If it's going to move items around, it has to have access to the block entities and stuff. So that would be a way to do it. Man, I don't know. My brain's going around in circles now because it's like, I would have to implement that, then I would have to implement that, and then I would have to implement that, and that would just depend on that, and it was just like go around and around and around. I really want to get this. I now, my main focus now is getting something that's buildable and testable in the game. Maybe it doesn't move anything yet, right? It's not going to move anything. But I'd really like the block to be able to be generic, right? This is an abstract right now. I could easily make this a public. Instead of abstract, just take this abstract off and just use this as the block. And just pass in everything to the base block entity. I'm pretty sure we're going to need separate types of block entity for each pipe type. We have to have something. Something has to be unique. But the blocks are pretty dummy. All they are is a user interface into the block entity. It's basically all the blocks are. Very generic passing of interactions. You right click on it, you break it. We're informing the network manager when we're placing and breaking blocks. On interact, we're going to need to we're going to need to most likely, yeah. Because if we right click with a wrench here, which would be processed in the block entity, we would need to update the if we break a connection, we have to update the network if we break a regular connection. Yeah, there's a lot of there's so much logic left to do in this feature. This is a massive, massive feature. But the extraction nodes, I really think we are going to need at least some way of having unique extraction nodes. Per type. Or at least some way of generically indexing into a handler for that. So, like an item handler, a fluid handler, a universal handler, and then the extraction node, when we declare it in the block entity, because remember, this is where those extraction nodes are saved. If this has a generic type, the block entity itself is going to be specific, right? This will be an item, a block entity, item pipe. BE item pipe. So any extraction nodes, when we do a new extraction node, will be a new extraction node of handler with these variables, right? It'll have that handler in it. And that will allow it to map. I think I want to experiment with that. Trying to add a generic to this. Pipe extraction node. I'm going to have to look up the syntax. I haven't worked with generics like ever. So I know I have like a recipe loader or a registry system. No, where is it? I think it's my recipe loader, but that is not a type. There are, however, right here, right? Action T register method. So recipe mixer, the T is the register, right? So the T itself is the recipe type. And so that gets carried every time you see a T on its own like that. And then we have a where T. So I might be able to either the data type or function. Not sure. Action of T register method. And this is also has a where T, right? This is why I needed my own. And then the thing here, the interface here, has just all of the things. So like this would be, an example would be I transport handler of T. I think I'll have to look at it. I'm not 100% sure. I haven't really done much with generics. Not like inventing new ones. Like I don't know if you can even do this. Pipe extraction node of T. And I do a where T I don't know. Anybody have any idea what I could look at for an example of what I'm trying to do here? I'm the type of person that learns by example, right? I can't read a book about programming and know what I'm doing. Like I can't read a page of code and go, oh, that's how you do that and do it. I have to look at code, an example of an implementation. And one of the things I hate is this is especially true when you go to like the Microsoft like .NET Help Center and you're like, how do I use blah, right? How do I use this? Usually the block of code they give as here's an example of how to use that is so monumentally complex. There's 5 other features that they also do in that block of code. You're like, what the hell? Why are you doing all this other stuff just to outline one little feature? It's so stupid. There are so many examples of that kind of thing. It's just so hard to follow. But anyway,
Stack Overflow is pretty good for examples.
Stack Overflow has, they do have some good examples. But I have so rarely ever used them as an example because typically when I do a search for things, the Stack Overflow answers that come up are like years old. And
yeah,
a lot of times you can't trust those because it's like a lot has changed since then. Pipe extraction node, a node I really wish because yeah, I'm gonna have to do some research on this, but there is a way to do. I'm convinced there's a way to do it with generics, where you just have one like an item handler, but even then, I would have to register with the mod with the game, right? Vintage Engineering mod. When you register the classes, the type of, right? V electric block type of. I don't know if you can use a generic mapping to this, right? Because ideally we would have like register block class, VE, or probably would it be block or block entity? Would I do it in a block or the block entity? Well, if we're going to try to do a generic block, then it would have to be part of the block entity. So I'd have to put the generic handler on the block entity. And then the block entity class, right? So it's looking for a type. What would happen if I do like type of, and I do recipe base of or recipe base type T recipe alloy of it. I mean, that does work. So what I'm thinking is like an example piece of code. This would be VE BE item pipe, right? VE VE is on everything, right? Because I'm prefacing it with the mod initials, Vintage Engineering. BE is block entity. Item pipe would be something like this: BE pipe base of something like item pipe item handler, right? There's a pseudocode. It's not, doesn't exist, right? And then I would have this with fluid pipe, and this would be pipe fluid handler, right? It's squiggly lines because it doesn't exist. Non-generic type. Okay, whatever. And then you would just add, right? You would just add recipe pipe B, recipe or pipe base, and then that handler. Now, obviously these are invalid, so we can't have those on there. How would we do this? I don't know if we took abstract off. Nothing, I don't have any errors. Okay, well that's good. Let me look really quick at my recipe system again. I already have a colon here. The problem is, how do I do it? If I do a where on here, can I iterate into list? I list. Yeah, systems.collections.generic. There's a lot. Let's just look at, not hash set, God only knows what that is, list. Let's just use list as an example. Holy Moses. Yeah, this is, may not be the best thing because of, this is an insane example, but list T is there T. Is there a way to limit T to a certain type of object? I have no idea what some of this stuff does. Does anybody know? Is there a... Aha! Bingo. Enum compare T. Compare T, which is the base class, iSerializable, and then where T is a struct or enum, either one, maybe? So yes, I could do, I'm just going to spitball this here. Add class, I don't know if interface is in here. I doubt it. I transport handler. Okay. Public update. Oh, let's do transport tick. and let's do T. No. Let's not do that. Transport tick float dt delta time block position I world accessor world public interface. Interface, all the interface does is define required elements of that interface, right? So, enum pipe use, pipe type, get, so transport tick, delta time, block position, world, pipe, extraction node. What? So, just with this, what we could do, right, is go to our. Why do I have crusher? Let's go close that. Why do I have that? Log splitter? Nope. Pipe use is fine. Let's close that. Pipe base. Put the T. And then do where T : I transport handler. Right? So T is there. Let's just peek at this really quick. T, is there anything in here that stores the T? I don't think so. Unless compare of T no. No. What other data might we need? Remember, the transport handler is going to have a tick, so that'll be an object. So I'm going to have a item transport handler, fluid transport handler, etc. Each one of those will have this information. So literally every, like, if you think about the extraction nodes, every extraction node is going to call this function. We're not going to have multiple copies of that function. It's going to be one class. Every extraction node is going to tick with its set of data. So I have the world accessor, the block position, which allows me to grab whatever I need from whatever is being ticked, and then the node itself that's ticking, which itself has everything in it, right? So the whole function has to run. Yeah, the whole function. No, this wouldn't work. Because the block entity is not the thing that's ticking. It's the extraction node. Yeah. The block entity is not the thing ticking. Jesus. This. So if we go down to remember, this is the thing that's ticking, and it's going to have a variable tick rate, all that kind of stuff. So this is where you go T dot. Not do non-virtual member lookup in T because it is a type parameter. Yeah, see, this is where I kind of don't understand generics very well, what you can do with them. Not do a non-virtual member lookup. Yeah, this is gonna take some thought. I really, really wanted to not have custom extraction nodes for every pipe type. I wanted to somehow make that generic. I mean, I could instead of doing this, I could initialize it with a handler, right? And just pass it off via that, right? Just have a variable in here when I set it up, I pass in the handler to use, but I don't know. I would love some feedback, but I know probably I'm not going to get any. I'm pretty sure. There's got to be a way to do it. There's got to be a way to do it. But yeah, let's remove that before I get crazy. But I think, yeah, I'm gonna have to think about this for a while, and look up and do a lot of research on generics and see. Generics were, when I first learned C#, when I first learned .NET, generics were not a part of it. They were added many years later. I don't even know what year they came out with the first big blast of them. But I do know once I started learning how they worked, I was very, very impressed. I just never had to build my own objects using them. So I don't 100% understand the rules around it, around how it works. So yeah, fun times there. So anyway, I'm going to have to do a lot of research. So that's going to do it for this stream, everybody. Please hit that like button if you enjoyed yourself. Subscribe if you're new to the channel. Consider being a patron and supporting, or a channel member and supporting the mod and the work that I'm doing here. This is many, 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 many hours of work. So yeah, come back on Saturday. We are continuing our Planet Crafter series. I did add a new mod. I did add another mod to that game dealing with trading. Trading is now going to be insane. I'm going to try not to abuse it, but I might abuse it. Because, yeah, now I have a mod that allows me to add items into trade and adjust the value that they're worth. So you can imagine my joy.
I don't plan to use it, but I'm totally going to. Yeah,
it's hard not to. when mushroom seeds are worth like 2,000 tokens, like each mushroom seed. So we have all these extra mushroom seeds that they're just sitting in a chest. I can sell a stack of these and get like 50,000 tokens. Like, very, very hard to resist doing that. I haven't done it, but I did add one of the things I'm going to have for you, Oz, is another config. So I have another mod, and then I have a config file for that mod that I've tweaked. So I added zeolite.
All right.
So I added zeolite in the list of like tradable items, and I gave it a value of 250 because we have nearly a full chest of zeolite. And so it's like, it's a high enough level that you're not going to have it in early game if you wanted to do your own game, but it's like, yeah, so now we'd be able to do a few rockets of zeolite and buy basically whatever beacon upgrades we want. A little fuses, buy just a bunch of fuses and get a little crazy, because the game is getting to the point now where, I mean, I was in my test world. I was testing the mod, and I was in it for maybe a half an hour, and I got like 5 new unlocks. I mean, I launched 10 plant rockets. I added a crap ton of other things and stuff. So like, the production in that game is getting to be extreme, and the little bots are great. They're so fantastic for farming. Well, we have an obscene amount of things now. That tier 3 chest, which stores 8,000 items, was full of algae.
Okay.
Full of algae. And I can barely craft fast enough to keep up with how much algae we're generating. It's nice to be in that world now and actually, just able to craft as much as we want.
Does the algae is that auto collected now?
Yeah, the algae is auto collected. All the farms are auto, because we have those drones. So all the farms are auto collected. The algae is auto collected. There are a few miners that are all auto collected. The ones that are nearby, those are like aluminum is nearby. That's auto collected. I've got miner upgrades, tier 3 upgrades. All the miners around. Like, it's crazy how much material. There's a couple miners I don't, because they're too far away. The drones would just take forever. So I have teleporters out there. You can just, like the obsidian, you just warp to the obsidian, grab it. I actually have 2 tier 3 miners on obsidian. So we are not in need of obsidian. We have obscene amounts of obsidian. I could even add it to the list to trade for whatever and just go crazy with that. So yeah, come back on Saturday for some more glorious Planet Crafter, where we're going to get into frogs and stuff and things. So, fun times. Anyway, I want to thank everybody for coming by, and I will see you, hopefully, on Saturday.